Well, hello. Everything running here. Okay. So, make sure everything is all snapified here. We were working on map config. We had done this, okay. Yes. And we made sure that tiles and connections. Okay. So everything gets a UUID now. Good. And we're kind of following this to remind ourselves the things we probably need. We're going to need a new tile. We're going to need new connection. And an update map type thing. Okay. So, tile we can do. And let's create a new UUID for it. Location needs to come in. Do we want to drive this off of coordinates or just provide ints? Because we don't know about coordinates in here yet, we're just going to give you description is a string. Verbose is a string. Connections is a list of UUIDs. This is that, except for I can't do that. I need to do that. 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 We're going to say that if you don't have at least one connection, that we're going to return an error that says or rather that. Otherwise, we'll do that. Actually, this, I'm thinking... This is the test. Let's take a look. Did we do pointers before? Attributes we fine. No, we didn't. Because those are very, very small. Is it surprising that we might return? This won't really be in... anything, like this is going to be in the editor. It's probably fine. We'll just return the value. We already have... Let's do one at a time here. Let's do... So what we're going to do is say... New tile takes no UUID because it's new. It can create that. That's fine. So we'll need it can be at 6, 9. It's the best coordinate. And then we need that, and then this for now should be fine. New tile, we give it test X, test Y, description. Oh my gosh, test verbose. And then those two, like so. Like so. Otherwise, we expect it to look something we're going to delete that. This will be wrong brackets. These brackets. Test X, test Y. This is test description. This is test verbose. Con 1. Con 2. If if this is invalid, do this. Hey. That. And this is that if validates this needs to be string. This. Oh my gosh, I can't type today. It's too early for typing. Or I'm just not waking up for typing. So, we take that. And then that. And we'll compare these. If not, we'll spread them out a little bit so that we get more readable. Expand those. And then this is results expected. All right, this should pass currently. And it does. And we also want to do test new tile with no connections. Adjust this because I feel like I keep leaning forward. There we go. Bad posture. That can be, these go away. This is no elements for some reason. You know, because mistakes were made somehow. We don't care about the result. And we say and this can just be a regular error output. Our life should be beautiful. And it is. Gosh, I don't even have a terminal open. I am slacking. Get that in. Next task. New connection. Ooh. Fill that. New. True. We want to. Let's fix this too. That way they match. Because otherwise this is going to get, the signature of this one is going to get really long and ugly. We're going to make this, we'll have to fix it, but that's fine. And then this will be that. This we can actually specify as this, I believe. And then how do we do this? No? How do we go from a slice, from an array to a slice? Was it? No. Let's ask Google. Not Google. Brave. And everybody wants to go the other way. Everybody wants to go the other way. Why am I the only fool that wants to go this way? Does it... Well, let's stop and think here for a second. Maybe we're onto something here, and we say that. That seems kind of interesting. And then we'll fix this. And this just helps us to be to guard this from nonsense without a bunch of validation, right? Who are you and what do you want? Ah. They responded to my question yesterday about the text editor scrolling. Can't think of any recent changes that might have broken that, but they're currently doing a major rewrite of text infrastructure. Okay. I'll have to ask them about when they plan for stability. Or maybe that's too much of a jerk move, kind of, you know? Maybe we just chill. It's open source. Let's see here. Let's do a quick... Right, we need to go fix this if we... not this. This, it's in... Heck are you? There we are. Oh, I put this in the wrong file. What a silly me. Let me put this down here before I get... distracted again. There we go. Okay. And then we need to... specify that as well. Now... okay, excellent. And then let's do... do that, and then we can come back over here. That's all happy now. Do this. This. Get all that in. Here we go. Get all that. And then let's double check. That's fine. Right, meow, that's probably fine. Might look at that a little later, but I don't think it needs an error currently. We're going to need I can't do that. It's that. But let's make this that just so it's not the default value, right? Can do that, sure. Just so we have one place to change it. We could just do it. except for this is to the, and we'll leave our template in there. That's fine. Think we can do that? For this we can, sure, but in general I think we can. If not, we should be able to. Actually, we should do that. Now we can say result error, no error yet. That. And we say this, clear that. This is going to keep nagging me until I do this. So I'm just going to do it. It's fine. Ugh. Let's say if this isn't this is not valid. Very much the same thing. That. And then we'll do our normal clear that. Oh. And then this. Error that. This. that. Good. Compare them up. And then we should be good, I think. And we are. Fantastic. Now, let's do these need to be kind of combined. This one, very easy. We're actually going to rename this to just that. That. Go. Just in case we need to create a new one, which we will if we're adding. And then eventually we're going to need to figure out how we're tying those together for like internal maps. Like if there's like a town inside of a map, we might want to split that out. So we'll have to figure out how that works later, but that's fine. For now, it can be flat. In this case, we need this. That. And this might need this is not tile config. That. What we need to do is and then this I could actually just which I think I can actually just simplify even further to that and let write config worry about issues. of which there should be none, really. Perfect. That takes care of that. So we can either new map or we can load a config and then add a tile. So let's do... Oops. This will be test. Add tile. We'll load the existing config. That's fine. But we'll take our test tile here. Actually, we should not do that. Or is it fine? We're going to want to, yeah. Because that so we make a new tile. Here's where we need add the tile, new tile, and we say actually, let's do this. Let's also do right config. We'll put it same directory, but we'll make it that. Spit out an error if we need, and then we'll come in and we'll say this. Let's actually do we'll put this in a variable so we can just reuse it. That. Now log that, and now we have that can be error. Actually, no, because these should be the same because we modify in place. So we need an error formatted error. Got wanted actually this shouldn't be that. This should be result and reloaded. We should do, even before we check this though, let's do up here not connections, tiles. If this is equal to result, or not result, but new tile, this that's true, then we say this shouldn't happen, but you know. Inserted tile was modified, but should not have been. Got wanted this is we got tile. We wanted new tile, just like so. If that, then make sure everything's happy there. Don't think we need to go through the reloaded one. Because you made sure the first one is good. So the second one, if it's the same, should also be good. So I think we're okay there. Okay, beautiful. What we should do, however, let's do a quick commit here. We'll say we're gonna have to think about is making sure that it's gonna return an error now. That we don't have duplicate UUIDs. Which probably means we probably need a modified tile as well. And we'll say, no, we'll need a format. Do this, and we'll say that. Otherwise, we append it, we're good. We're going to need to do the same thing here. We'll do that in a second. We'll do this. Make sure we log that out in the test. If there is one, okay, we still pass, we're good. Not surprising because we shouldn't have an issue. This, however, we're going to nuke all this because it's going to be a failure test. What we're going to do is say new tile dot null UID equals map dot tiles 0 dot null UID. Oops, not equals, just one. Then we're going to say if error is nil, you say did not return an error, but should have. Like so. This should all still pass, and it does. Fantastic. Let's just make sure. And then it immediately fails. Yes, good. And let's do a quick commit for that. Because I'm gonna make another change here in a second for the connection to do the same thing. We don't want this to be used to add a duplicate. Like if you modify something and try to add it, it should fail. You should be doing modify, which we'll write in a minute. And then connection will need to do the same thing. Make sure we turn that. That. We also need to we need to make sure that the connection coming in has a UUID. I don't think we need to check the rest of the fields for uniqueness, but this for sure. And if that bites us later, we'll figure out a better strategy when we know. Nope, this needs to be this, and we'll say that. Otherwise, we do that and return nil. We need to add a connection. We will grab you. Replace that. This is that. 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 Perfect. Inserted. Connection. That's all still good, I think. Oh, I missed something. Oh, because that. There we go. Same deal. Except for it should be this. We need to grab the UUID. Oh my gosh. This. That. There we go. go. Now, we need to we'll write update tile. And that. But it's been an hour, so I'm going to stand up, walk around, take a quick break. I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and we will bang out these other couple tests and start pushing forward. All right. So we need to do a quick it's probably fine. Just we'll have a little bit of duplication, but that doesn't matter. It's not worth extracting this. It's too small. So do this. We'll say update tile. Give me a tile. Give you an error. Make sure I jot down this note. Because we want to check that real quick. But this not con, this is tile. This will be format as well. That, like so. Same deal here. This is not tile now, though. This is not tile. This is a connection. This, then make sure we do that. Connections at I equals C. Turn nil. That. Let's do test update tile. That's going to look a lot like add tile. I'm just going to borrow you. Except This we'll set to tiles. Grab the last one just for funsies. And then we say that we can still do that. That's fine. Let's do all of that. That's fine. Think green means good. Let's do another one of these, except for test with a new UID, which means that all of this can go away. Error will say that this is gonna fail because I didn't flip my yes, because I didn't flip this to equals. Brilliant. Let's bang out the connection one as well real quick. And again, just for funsies, we will do at the last index. This is not add, this is now updates. And then all this should still be good, I think. Yes, brilliant. Add the test for the wrong UUID, which is this. Kill all this. And then we say this will fail because we haven't flipped. Yes. We fixed that. And we're back to green. Love it. Now we will do this with this up in here. We will delete all that. Like so. We'll just set it to an empty one. This should fail currently because we don't check for that. It would fail if I did that. Betcha. There we go. Beautiful. Because we're doing that one, we'll take care of that. We will say add tile if or can I do this all one? No, I can't. We'll say that. We'll say that. Now we should pass, and we're good. And we could also do well, no, we can't because that's fine. We'll do the same thing here. Again, we kill everything after here because we won't need it for this. Up here we say that like so. This should fail currently because we haven't checked it. Good. We're just going to copy you, delete you, put you in here. We could do this. Oops. We can do that. And we could say use that. And we do the same thing here. Oops. This needs to be T. That. Everything still pass. Excellent. Let's see. It doesn't make sense to now. It just really doesn't make sense to do the other one. This one, because we want the validation logic to be the same, kind of makes sense. Still probably arguable in its value. That's fine. We'll say there we go. All right, I think that is pretty good for that for now. So, let's think here. We need to get our map loaded from this config file. Thinking about order of operations here. What's the cleanest way, easiest way to get this migrated over? We need to translate between the two now. I think what we want is to get that working and tested, and then we'll have it write the config for the generated map, because we kind of have a chicken and the egg problem where getting it to load the config will kind of validate that the config is sufficient, right? We need to generate that config with the editor. We need to visualize the map with the editor as well, and use that to create new configs going forward. But all those other pieces kind of rely on being able to have a target, right? That we know is correct. So for the sake of, humans, namely me. So I think we want the current generated map to generate to write itself to a file to start with. Looks like a sunny day out there. And I kind of want to go outside later. So next task is a translation. So we need to go to our game map, which is right here. And actually we need to go to tile. Map is going to end up loading. It's going to call load. And it's going to get back. Not you. Going to get back this. It needs to go through and say 4 tiles. It's going to need a method. Should it be here, though? No. It should be over here. Because it's going to be up here. It's going to be this. It's going to return that. For now. So the first thing we need to do load map, file path, which we don't actually have. This, well, no, because actually, hang on, let's think here. Maybe I'm wrong. Does this ever need to write a map? And I don't think it does. It only needs to load them. Editor needs to write maps. But the only thing this needs to do is save and load and reload. Save state, which will be database, not files, right? This doesn't create or destroy rooms. Okay. Let me look. We can make in here though. Because we're going to need to convert the code representation into the config file representation anyway in the editor. Or will we? I don't want to write this file by hand, basically, is what it gets down to. Yes, we'll need to take a map, so... And this actually needs to hang off of... This is going to need an ID. So when we come in, we'll actually need not you, but you. Does this make sense? Always the question. I believe the answer is still yes. Thinking about, yeah, I think I'll just... And then when we do this real quick here, we'll say that this or I could do this. Mm. I'm gonna do this. Or do I want to do this? Let's do this. Would help if I didn't step on that. There we go. And it's just going to be whoever's job to make their own UUID if they need one. Otherwise, we'll just get a file out of it, or a new struct out of it. It's fine. And then we need to go through we need to Does this still make sense? This is tricky. So this maps the connection. This maps the ID of the origin to the transit to use. This has an ID for reasons. This one's tricky because we've got a lot of moving pieces. Because our config file is a lot simpler because we need to do less with it. But that's going to make checking more difficult, right? We need to kind of like build this from the config, which is fine, but thinking backwards is kind of tricky. So let's scoot you over here. So we've got this, and then we say no, let's not do that. So the easy part is we go through, throw away the key, range m dot tile map. And we say new tile. This becomes X and Y. Let's also do, let's break this up. Otherwise, it's going to be difficult to read. Description is, can I do that? I don't think I can do that. Description, verbose description, oop. Verbose description. We can't do this. We can do this though. There we go. This gets scooted down though. These all get scooted down one. This becomes this tile's ID, true. Ah, that's what's going on. There we go. It's like, what is... And then we need to say, for throw away the key, we do this. this. Throw away the key. No. How do we check for duplicates if we do it this way, though? So we have our connections. The if this exists, this, then what we do is say connection, fill these fields. ID is this. The origin is this. Destination is this. Needs to be this is m dot tile map. Well, hang on. Actually, this doesn't make any sense at all to do a check here. It's got to be true, or else it's just going to be blank. So this can be do need to do this though. This needs to be this. this needs to be... We would have to then... Hang on. When we connect these... We lose... We lose this. We wouldn't lose this if we were to... put... this in here. And then we do the same thing. Wait, no. We don't want to put it here. We want to put it on the connection. But that wouldn't. Tricky, tricky, tricky. This may be a case where we need to refine this a little bit. Or can we... Can we make this more like this? This is a cleaner structure for sure. That's easier to think about. Let's take you out of here real quick. Let's try. Comment this out for a second. Take a look here at what we can do to make this flatter. I like that this API is pretty good. I'm liking the way this is easy to use, but when we drop down to this level, it gets ugly. We could do... Connection, mapping to the cardinal direction, I think is pretty good. Connection, seems like it doesn't really need to exist, though. We did that because we wanted to have a single... yeah, a single object that is the connection object. Okay. So maybe... I remember why I wanted to do this now. And maybe it's our config file that needs to get more complicated, because I still like that idea. That says, hey, give me this connection, and I want to transit through this version. And that still makes sense to me, I think. And how do we load? I think we just need to have... Okay. I think the config file has to just get more complicated. Because as long as we keep things inside of their APIs where the complexity is kind of contained, I think it's okay. But when we come in to build this, we do want to use the connect to generate the connection. Does a connection need a UUID? I don't think it does. Well, it would, because we want to use this to save it. Does a transit need a ID? Probably not. Let's see here. We've commented that out, so everything should be in a working state right now. And I forgot. Just start my container, I betcha. I did. There we go. Okay, so yes, we're in a working state. If I take out this, I think I break some tests. Tile and map. Okay. Ah, that's why. Okay. And that's going to have bearing, because if we reload and get different IDs, we can't do that. Okay. That does make a degree of sense. So if we put that back, everything should work again. And it does. Okay, good. I'm gonna have a think here for a second. It's been another hour, so it's time for a quick break. So I'll be right back. Stand up, stretch, all that good stuff. And I'll kind of noodle on this a little bit. Be right back. All right. So these do make sense as they are. They're complicated, but I don't know how to make them simpler without losing functionality and being complicated in a different way, right? So what I'm thinking is How to make this readable is kind of the other tricky bit, right? This is nice and readable, but it's not sufficient. What we need is for this to look like this is going to be a transit. This is transit. Did I forget to do new tile? No, tiles up there. Okay. I just had things jumbled up in order. Okay. And then we do have a connection still. It does have null UUID. But it's going to need how do we want to do this? Guess we could throw away the idea of the bidirectional Boolean here. That would make sense. If we're loading it from a file, we kind of need both, almost, right? Would that make sense? What would that look like if we did that? When we connect them, we do find a connection to look for it. So if we did that, then we could take out and then just write more data to file, which would probably be fine. So if we just take that out, and then just throw a note at myself there. If we take this out, we could put this back, except for that would. If we did this, we put this back. And then we need to fix our put you back. Put you back. Put you back. That part as well. Okay, and then we need to fix put the order back to where it belongs. Leave that alone for now. Hang on. Getting sidetracked with that. What I need to do is figure out if this makes sense. So, if I was to come back in here, so we go through here, this goes away. Exit destination is this. Destination is that. Origin is where we are. This is this needs to be we need to add skill IDs as well, but that's that, and when we're loading it, we can just figure that out. That's fine. I would rather have it spelled out, or I guess I could. Wait, think about it. This is this, this, description, I think. Yes. So that would be a connection. Which would actually get mapped to or translated to a transit. What does a connection ID get used for? Let's see. Ah, now is when this is going to bite me. Okay, that's fine. We can just yank it out of here, yank the bidirectional out of here real quick. Fix that back to where it was. That can be fine. Okay, so if I comment out the connection ID, tile needs, oh, duh. Game map test. Tile test. Tile test is the only thing that's broken. It's a good sign. I was using that to ensure that they were the same object. Easily, but I don't think... it's going to matter. Let's just take it out. See what that gets us. Worst case scenario, we'll just restore this whole thing out. Rid of you. Rid of you. Then I would be able to still compare them, I think. We still want to validate the transits, though. That's fine. Okay, now test pass. That should mean that, let's see, let's think, have we broken anything? No. Don't think. It should mean that we should be able to test this, and it should actually still work. In theory. Why can't you load skills now? Thought we fixed that. It's fine. We'll look at that in a minute. Oops. Yeah, nothing's broken if I do that. Okay, good. So if I do that, then I don't need to worry about tracking a UUID for that. So I can stick with my plan to just give the UUID to the connection. So we delete that. Oops. Delete that. And then leave that in there for now because we'll need it temporarily. And then I don't need that right now. We get back to here. What we can do is so we build this. We'll need to add that. That's fine. And then in this case, then we do this will end up. So we do that, and then we say we add the tile. Oh gosh. That. If it's not nil, then we want to be error. And this can be ID and error into log. And then because we won't have any connections for it, that's okay. Well, no. We'll still build the connections, it's fine. Oh, you know what I was doing? It's because... What the heck were they? They were a list... They were a list of UUIDs, okay. So we can't do that. Oops. We need to get this whole thing down at the bottom because... What we need to do is say... it's actually tileconf dot connections equals append let's do no wait, we already have this at this stage. It is the ID here and connections and we append that actually no, this would be this map add connection that then we still do let's do this, and this is that and this should actually be there we go. Actually, we could... Does it make sense to return an error? No, not right now. Later, probably. But right now, just an error, just throw one, it's fine. Now, I'm just going to make an extra field for spot skill and use skill. That's fine. Because they can be optional. New connection. We'll leave that in there for just a second. It's not used. That's fine. We do need to figure out why. This can't read because if it can't read, it won't be able to write either. Big folder. And it's going to be because does our server does not have, need to do is go to character manager config. Up here we need to say if dot config directory is an empty string. Is the config directory. And then attributes, skills, status effects. That should fix all of those. There we go. We need to also have a map config. We can do that later though. Right now, we want to write to file after we build it. This takes a file path. After we're done with this, we're going to call write config file path. If we have an error, like so. And then we need to give you... this is going to be... We don't have a... config file for map just yet, so we'll just do that. Now, theoretically, everything passes there, good. We should be able to write this, or to run this rather, and it should write, oh no. Or maybe it'll panic. It's because CK map go 114. Spot DC. If there is no... It's in tile. Where did tile go? Because these are pointers. So, yeah, okay. Let's... Not super worried about them right this second. We'll comment those out real quick. We'll fix them in a minute. Then... Really just want to see this actually output something that looks sane. We do have a JSON file. Okay. We're missing description for some reason, but this looks really, really good, actually. Two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8 from a tile. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 from a tile is correct for later tiles where they're in the middle. That makes sense. Others have 5, which would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 if you're an edge. Let's go look down and make sure that... Yes, good. See lots and lots and lots of connections. We expect that. That makes sense. Not sure that I like that it's expanding the lists for origin, but that's probably fine. Kind of a minor nitpick, really. I guess I could do an X and a Y for it, but that seems a bit much. Two, 2, 3, 1. Yes, yes, good. These look good. Okay, so let's cancel this real quick. Against all odds, we've come through this in a place where I'm pretty happy. Actually, hang on, let's do... Let's break this up just a tiny bit. This, Um, that, and then let this. Um, that, and then these changes, we need to okay, there we go. Got all that up. We can leave map out for now because we're not quite done with it. We need to fix this, which is not used anymore. Is there anything else? I don't think so. Then we can come in here. Fantastic. Okay. Should have just typed it, would have been faster. There we go. Run this real quick, make sure everything's passing. Good. This, like so. Then we can come back and then actually this should probably be that. This. These can be omit empties as well. For the ones that don't, just so we have a little less junk in the file, right? Then because of that, we'll want this to be a string. That's getting a little long. We'll scooch it down a little earlier. What we'll do is we'll take this out. We'll say validate the spot skill. If there's an error, it's going to swallow an error though. Let's not do that. Let's do if it's not an empty string, spot scale is one of these. This is just going to have to be a thing that returns an error, which is fine. If it is an error, then we will return it. Otherwise, that's same deal with this. This, that's valid true. And in this case, spot DC equals spot DC. And in this case, use DC equals use DC. Okay, so I need to fix the tests. Let's do... that. 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 Like so. Then this will be spot scale. This. Like so. And then we'll test the error, creating new connection, error. Those can stay, that's fine. They should get omitted. Perfect. This can be the same. Hey, Otter, how's it going? Welcome in. Glad to see you. Like so. Okay. Now, just a couple more that we need to fix up. Excellent. You're welcome to work along and lurk. How's your Sunday going? I'm doing pretty good. We're making some good progress here, getting the map to load from a config file. Right now, I've just had it auto-generate this from the test map I had hard-coded. And once we get everything there squared away, we'll move away from hard coding and just use the loaded, the generated one to load it. And then we can make editors and stuff. And you have an error now. Yeah, you know, I'm really happy with how well it's going, because I didn't know how I really wanted to lay this file out, but it's kind of coming together in a way that's super pleasing. Okay. Only two more. We'll come in here as well. And we'll just give you empty DCs for now. For shortness. Like so. Okay, now let's make sure that everything is happy. No, not everything is happy. Test new connection. Because no. Valid true. Use skill is different. Did I? Spot ID, use ID. Nope, that should be correct. Spot skill, 95E, 95E. 95E, I bet you I messed up in here. I did. Test save the day. Now we're good. Okay, excellent. Let's do this. We'll do like so. Get that squared away. Now, let's take care of this. Oops. Do we even want to? I bet you we used nil to check if we needed to care later on. So that's fine. We just need to say DC to C isn't nil, then connection conf dot use skill is dot DC to C dot skill ID. Because this needs to be that. And then use DC dot DC, but I've done this incorrect. Fix that up right quick. Throw this in here. This becomes use. Like so. Like so. Theoretically, C to C, spot skill. Spot skill. Exit transit DC to C. Skill ID, yes. Spot DC, DC to C, DC. DC to use skill. DC to use skill ID. Use DC, DC to use. Okay. That should be correct. Let's do another run here. That should have... We don't have any DCs in here yet, so... Null. I don't want null. Thought I omitted empty. I did omit empty. Does that... think here. It's the skill. It's odd that it must be a null. I guess I could. I could make it a UUID. That would clean this up a lot. And also this. And I don't think we get anything really from making it null. No real benefit. This just becomes this. And then that's going to break a couple tests, but that's fine. It's actually just one because the others we just used empty. So we can just do that like so. Make sure we leave all our commas in place. Okay, let's do a quick test run. Oops. All of that's still happy. Let's run this. That should overwrite this. And that gives me all zeros, though. I don't like that. Okay. I like null better than that, so let's... back that out. Oh no. Crap, I lost that. That's fine. if exit transit dot DC to C spot scale equals null UUID DC to C DC skill ID rather. Put you back on one line. Because I liked you better that way. Spot DC equals DC to C dot DC. There we go. New skill, use DC. DC to use. To use, okay. Was it omit null? Thought I could now ignore nulls. I think it was new though. '24 release notes. I think this is where we talked about it. Probably in release notes. Let's see here. I mean, it's 0. Perhaps is what I want. Let's find out. Oh, we may have. I need one of them. Works better if you type all the characters usually. Here we go. Here we go. I think that's right. Let's double check ourselves by doing a cheeky delete. Yeah, just a few of the characters, right? Computers are so picky. And then I have my nulls. Yes, good. If I rerun it now, with the mid-zero back in, they vanish. Fantastic. I love it when a plan comes together. And we even got to use a new thing. I didn't expect that to be so soon. Let's make sure our tests are good. Fantastic. And then we can do... write the skill, you see information, where present, handle empty, skill, information, gracefully. And then the map can go up because I think it's ready. That's fine. Oh, no, that's not what I want. Get back over here with your friends. No, I said with your friends. Get there. There you go. All right. I think we have experienced great success against all odds. Then get all that scooched away for a second. Now, we have done this. Let's do a quick sneaky remove that and do this before I forget. Remove that temporary call that we used to generate this. We'll need to move that later, but that's fine. Let's get these cleaned up a little bit. Don't need that right now. Get all this collapsed down for sanity. We will need to remove that in a minute, but not just yet. We need to first... I think we're done with that. We might not be done with that. Let's leave that open. Okay, so now we need to go back to map. Move test over here because we'll need that, I'm sure. Or maybe not. What is it? Oh, unhinged layer. We should do that really quick. Hopefully, this won't expose anything ugly and horrible that we accidentally were ignoring because we made that change and forgot to come back and account for it. Fantastic. Go. Push that up. Fantastic. Now, map will need to reverse this process to replace new test map. New map, or it should really be load map. First thing that we'll need to do is map is going to need a config. Because it will need to know some things. Like the directory. Config file. That. This. Probably want an error to come out of this. Let's put that in there as a placeholder because we're going to need to get this part squared away real quick. This is a duration, and we also need that probably. How did we do? How does Minder decide? Cleanup entries. That goes in when we make them. I don't... Okay, yeah, that's not wired up yet. Okay, that's fine. Kick time is used, though. Do we want to... We needed to parse... We just dealt with this in... something. Game manager? Probably. Config. Wasn't in main, was it? No. What does your config look like? Thought we dealt with this. Maybe not. We're going to leave this out for now. We're just going to worry about this. We'll revisit this other stuff if we need to later. Because it will distract us from our current mission. Current mission is to load config files. So, you take... this will also need a logger. That's what else it'll need. So that way, you can take just a config. This shouldn't be called map config though. It should be called config. That way it'll say game map.config when we're loading it outside or referencing it outside of this package. So load map. First things first, we need to config manager dot load map. File path will be file path dot join cfg dot config directory cfg dot config file, like so. This will give me map config and error. If there is an error, we say return nil and error loading from file error, oops, like so. Then we also want to do this. We want to make a map. That's good. We leave that out for just now. Log. Borrow this for our initialization, like so. Okay, now we're going to be missing some fields. That's fine. What we are going to do, though, is going to log a message saying from file. And at the end of this, if everything's happy, map data loaded successfully. Now, going to get a map config out of this, which looks like this right here. Then we can say new map.id is mapconfig.uuid. And we can say ooh, is this about to be terrible? Possibly. So our connections, it does. Okay. No, I think this is fine. We can do is say for, throw away the index, don't care about it, tile, range map config dot tiles. Call it a new tile. Nope, I already got that used too. T. We regressed to single letters. Let's see here. What we will do, tile should have, does have. This is tile config. T is, does this return an error? No. Good. New tile. Parent map is, this needs to be a pointer, like so. Yes, good. We need to make this location coordinates dot do from int, which will be location 0 and location 1. This location is the location. Description is tile.config. Ooh, that's right. We forgot. I forgot. My description. was blank. That's okay. We can fix that real quick. Piece of cake. Before I forget again, we need to comment that out real quick. And go back to main. And do... not down here. Up here. Right to file. Config directory. Map JSON. Need to run this again real quick. Oops, that is my client, not my server. This we need to run again, thank you. That should have... there's my descriptions. Okay, fantastic. Take this back out. Uncomment that, and I can just take and go. Actually, no, we need to comment that because we have to update. Let's just delete it real quick. We'll put it back in a second. Code and config file. Then we can get our work in progress stuff back. There we go. Disaster averted. Now, new tile, description. Long description was verbose description. Oops, I need to do this. Let's use a what is going on with you? That. Let's use the same name everywhere, more or less. Verbose, and that's it for a tile, right? Everything else gets, yeah, okay, fantastic. And then, see, I don't think, so we need to think about we've loaded this tile. We need to think about how it lives in our grid. There's not really a guarantee that it comes in order, but if we were to how do we figure this out the easy way? Because before, you just built it. I guess we could... we could say that we could track the largest X and the largest Y, I suppose, as we load these in. Then we'd have to store them intermediately. It's probably not the worst idea in the world. It's probably fine. But we want to put that ape in the config file or not is the question. And that would seem kind of like the better way to do it. Yeah. Size X is an int. Size Y is an int. Just do that real quick so that it stops complaining over there, because we'll need to run this again. When we do the save, write to file, new map should size X, size Y, both of those ints. Will this make sense later when we need to use an editor and add things? Probably. We'll probably have to add logic here to make sure that we size correctly when we add tiles. That's probably fine though. So size X becomes size X, size Y becomes size Y. This we need to be X is the length of tiles. And then we actually need to say this needs to be we need to make sure that we get all of them. Actually, okay, so if we extend one of the rows or columns, we would either have to A, resize the entire map and then have a bunch of empty spaces, or we just have to do more work at load. That's an interesting thought. So maybe we take this out, because if it's not a hard size, then we can't really just encode that in there. then what we have to do instead is say tiles here can be let's do this. And then we can say if does this make sense? If new map dot tiles, oops. The length of new map dot tiles at well, first we need to do how did we build this? We did X first and then Y, so it makes sense. So if len of dot, well, no, if we do this, then we're still we still end up with empty spaces, I think. No, because we'll have to, something has to connect them. So at some point there has to be the length of tiles is less than, oops, location 0. Then we need to say this it's not the correct initialization for an array, though. It would be is there already an extend helper? This is for slices. We don't want to slice. We would need to do this in its own helper if we want to do it this way. Because we need to make sure we don't overwrite stuff. Actually, we can't do that because they are slices. In the map struct. So we would have to redefine those as well. Which I don't know if there's any real benefit to doing. It'll make them harder to work with. Just like this would. So what we need to do should be able to we can't just append. That takes the other question is this worth the extra work at this stage? I don't think so. I think that a couple extra empty rooms is probably fine. So let's go back to that thought. And then like so, tie that back in together. When we go back over here, comment you out real quick. Actually, we don't need to because we already fixed the part where you would not compile because you didn't like that. What we need to do here is say this is m dot tiles 0 dot len of m dot tiles at index 0 len m dot tiles. That's backwards. Get the length at the last index, just because why not? There's that. Okay, now let's rerun this quick and make sure that the output is correct. Should be 10 by 10 right now, I believe. If we look at map, 10 by 10. Yes, fantastic. Okay. So then when we go to load it, take you back out real quick. When we go to load it, then we can... See, I need to... This needs to be... Can I just do... No, I wouldn't do it here. I would do it, after we've loaded the config. Can I do... Can I do this all in one, or is this a... Because I don't have the data for it yet. Because I don't want to use arrays yet right now. We could do that later. Would make this part a little bit easier, but... It's probably fine. Throw away the index. This is a... do this, and we say... at I equals make size Y. And actually, I only care about the I in this case. So that should get me what I need. And then we say if location X we should do this beforehand though. We should say if the if this location dot x, or rather even sooner, if the x0 is greater than the length of, then we want to just return nil and say that tile X location greater than the size of the map, or than the X size of the map. And this will be this, and we'll log out the X location, which is big.location 0, followed by dot tiles, like so. And then we do the same thing is greater than tiles at the X location. Then we say turn nil error or tile Y location of this greater than the Y size of the map, which is this. Location index 1 len dot tiles at location 0. Assuming that's all good, then we should be within bounds, and we can say new map dot tiles at location 0 fig dot location 1 equals t. Right? Yes. So we load all our tiles in. And then we need to go through and say we need to connect them. So we can go for throw away the index, connection config, in range, map config, connections. Need to take bidirectional out of here, as well as this. We also need to add an ID, because this comes from the file. Which will break our new test map, but that's fine. We're getting rid of that. Commented out for now. Actually, I could... Let's roll this back. Let's roll this back. So I think we can keep both for now. Leave bidirectional in there, but then we'll do that. Then in here, we can do that, that, that. Give these guys all UUIDs manually. There. Perfect. Have our cake and eat it too. Mmm, cake. Speaking of cake, I need a beverage. 1 second. Delicious. Okay. Now, so we go through each of the connections. Connections look like, wait, why is tile unhappy? Oh, because I backed that up accent. Verbose you shall be. Okay, so connection looks like this. What I need to do is say and I believe I can do all my tiles should be in place at this point. What I did here was I just gave it coordinates. That'll still work. What I need to do is just say new map tiles at first we should guard. We should say connection config dot origin or should we? Does this make sense? This should be -1 up here for one thing. We should do is throw a bounds check function in here. What we can do is borrow this to an extent. We'll rename this to point and map bounds. We give it a point. We say if point 0 go. We don't return all this though. We return false. Same thing for this. Take point tiles at point 0 -1. Again, all of this. Turn false. We also need to check, because 0, 0, 0 is not the middle in this case. It's the top corner. And unless we want to mess with that. Actually, we might. We might later. For now, we'll say that you're not allowed. In the future, perhaps. We'll worry about that later, though. So now we can bounds check, and then up here, instead of all this, we can say if dot, if not m dot, point is, nope, new map, not m. Point in map bounds, fig dot location. Then we'll do this. Figured tile location is not within the bounds of the map. Over here, what we can do is say D comma D comma D, and this can be location 0, location 1, len tiles, and len have I done this correctly? I think so. That tidies that up. And then in here, what I can say dot point in map bounds connection config dot origin. Gonna borrow this. Configured connection origin. Not within the bounds of the map. This is connection config. Connection config, just like that. Beautiful. Except for it's not location, it is origin, and also map bounds fig dot destination. Same deal. Destination is not within the bounds of the map. This is like so. Next task is to say if new map tiles fig dot origin. Actually, we could put this up here while we're doing our validation. Origin 0 and dot origin 1 is nil. Turn nil. Say origin is not a tile. Origin 0 and 1. Do the same thing, except for it will be destination. And we need to also in here say error loading connection ID this, because that will be that this will be the fig dot UID. Clean up all of this extremely wordy validation. So that it's readable by humans. Okay, there we go. So assuming that's all good, then what we do actually, what we can do up here instead of that is say origin tile is this. And then if origin tile is nil, that'll be better. Same here, destination tile will be this. And then if destination tile is nil, we error. Perfect. Okay. If all that is happy, we're going to need to call connect on it. So what do is running out of screen space. Too many long lines in one. Origin tile connect ID is connection config dot null UUID dot UUID. Destination tile is, oops, the second tile. Bidirectional will always be false currently. We also need to do is say if, let's see here, we'll do, yeah, spot DC is a pointer to skill DC. If or do I want to do that? Yeah, it should default to nil, so this should be fine. If connection config dot spot skill which will be, if it's valid, then spot DC will equal this skill ID is connection config dot spot skill dot UUID. DC will be config dot spot DC this the same except for use dot use skill UUID use DC, and then this becomes, go back to tile, so we have our spot DC use DC. Okay, excellent. Connection config dot transit enter dot transit exit dot exit description. All of that, we're good. This returns a list of errors. Oops, not where I want. Up here, we say if len errors greater than 0. What we'll do is error string strings dot join you on a comma. Is this not that? No. List of strings. Crap. Okay. What we'll do is this. It'll say for throw away the index error range errors Error string we'll do a sprintf. Actually, what we could do here do this. Make a buffer string dot right string. We'll rename this so it doesn't collide, or shadow rather. Fix that. This error dot error like so. Perfect. Now turn nil airstring dot string. No, we need to make the words. We need to put this into an error. We'll also do this is ugly too. I don't like this. It'll be all wonky. Air strings. String. For no index. Air strings, which I didn't spell correctly. Fix that. Append error strings. No. Yes. This error dot error to get the string out of it, or to error f. This is errors connecting tile S and S. And then S. This is origin tile dot ID. This is destination tile dot ID. So we can go dig it out of the config file. Errors is strings dot join error strings, comma, there. That'll make a much nicer error. And this could be that. That's fine. Then if there's no error, we're connected. I think we're good. In theory. Unfortunately, this, is not something we can easily test. So maybe we just make sure we don't write. Yep, good. Make sure we got our sizes. Yes. Let's just see if it blows up. Okay, it looks good. I think we done did it. It didn't blow up, not even a little bit. Okay. Now. Actually, I should do this again. I want to make sure that I get all the way to the bounds of the array. So if I go one more, there's no exit to south. Excellent. East. All of the east. There's no exit to the east. Wonderful. Either I'm good, or I have written such subtle bugs that nobody will know until everything explodes. Okay. How are we doing for status here? Yes. All of that can go in. Okay, that could go up, just like so. And then we're done with that. Oop, maybe not that. Test, we need to fix that. This needs... just a new ID, that's fine. We can do that. Shouldn't matter for the test purposes if you can just have a random ID, which actually we should do. Quick test run of everything. Oh, I broke everything. Let's see here. This is in tile test. That makes sense. This will also need UUIDs fixed. That's fine. We can do that. And some of these are still going to fail because... No, actually I lied. These will pass once we fix them up. I think. Pretty sure. Unless I've checked an ID somewhere. Which, because it used to generate them inside, I don't think I would have. But when we remove the bidirectional flag and code, it's going to break them again. But that's fine. We can fix these for now. Get you all squared away. You guys all squared away. Okay. Fantastic. Let's go ahead and get that change in. Good. Done. Fantastic. Then we need to go clean up that aforementioned bidirectional flag encode. So before we do that, though, we should take out... Oh, you know what? I celebrated way too soon because we aren't loading map. Ugh. Silly, silly me. We're not loading yet. We're just using the generated one before. This will need to be... Okay, so we need to give it a quick wire up here. Actually, put you server config. That's which looks like server. Here we go. We need to do our due diligence here. This does not get a JSON, but this does. Omit empty on that. That's... So this is for now going to just look like... That's... Up here... Map config... Log... This... Wait a minute, what did I call you? Just config. Config dot map config, like so. Oh, actually. I should do this, and then I should say this. And then if config dot config directory is empty, directory equals config directory. Then we can say game map load map map config. This also returns an error now. If it's not nil, then we will log fatal error loading game map. Because if we don't have a map, there won't be a whole lot for us to do with a game. Okay, there we go. Now we see if we blow it up. Ah, because I didn't take out my placeholder. This should return new map nil. Okay. I should do this for logging purposes. Make you this, that. Make this format string. Make that, that. There we go. But let's also go ahead and launch client. Make sure. Ooh. That didn't work. Because move didn't like that. Invalid memory address or nil pointer. Disconnect. Connect should have set that up. Okay. But let's go. Are you in map or are you in? Move. If current location is nil. A new error. And this is that. Let's run you again real quick. Okay, it's not that. Okay, that makes sense, really. Does this have a 208? No, game map tile.go 208. Ah. 412. Character intertile. Then we can also return an error. Try that again. For everyone to say JSON like that from now, JSON. Okay. Not a valid time. Okay. So I'm not getting the tiles that I wish to get. Not all of them anyway. Let's see here. Not you, but where did you go? There you went. Load map. Okay, let's see here. Let's make sure I didn't get any. No, that would have given me a fatal error. That makes sense. Yes. These return errors, that should be fatal. I'm betting it's because we used to bidirectionally connect. Let's just for funsies see if I can go east. We know I can't go south. Can't go east either. Okay. That makes me wonder if I'm loading or if I saved my destinations correctly. So the location should have been here's 1-1, which has these connections. Note time. Look for, oops, don't change the file. Paste it into the search bar. There we go. 1, destination is 0, 2. No, this is not correct. I don't want to be at 1, 1. I want to be at 0, 0. Location 0, 0 has, oh, only 3. Let's see, there should be 1, 2. Yeah, there should be 3. That's correct. Now, this connection. 0, 0 goes to 1, 0. Yes, that makes sense. To the east from the west. That's correct. That looks good, so maybe I'm not loading it correctly. Let's do... It's a puzzle. Ah. No. I do return after ability. Yeah, that would error too. Okay. Did miss that. And the way we built this, I think we used to connect backwards in the map, or in the grid. So the fact that that exists in the connection means that that part should be fine. Is this not... Am I putting the tiles in the wrong place? Perhaps. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. New tile at, on the new map, this location. Location 0. Location 1 is T. This would be... Zero, 1 should be X and Y. This should be X, this should be Y. That should be correct. Let's do... Let's go here, and then do a debug. And then remember that I didn't stop the other server. No? What are we panicking for? Why would that be? Ah. Because just gonna cheat for a second. What is new map? Tile map. Ah. In fact, it has no tiles. This because tile map. Oh wait, no, that was tile map. I want tiles. Did you just kill my... You did kill my breakpoint. Right here. New map. Tiles. 1010. You have a location. You have a location. Why would you not be? Let's go to our move. Ah. Because you don't have any connections. This is the wrong error message to... Okay. Let's leave that for just a hot second. Destination location. That. So connect. We lost our connecting at some point. And I'm betting you it's because... Go check new tile. Oh no, we do have connections. Room connections does get made. Okay. Make this transit. Do templatey things. Room connections, target direction, which we figure out from the coordinates. So why aren't you... Is it because we don't find them correctly, maybe? Let's take a look here. Here we go. Oh, nope, nope, nope. So, we come in here. Con is nil. We expect that. T is actually 8-3 here. Okay, that's fine, probably. So we do that. So far, so good. We get everything all set up. No errors, we're good. But oh, I was looking at the wrong space. So room connections for this. This does exist. Let's go look at tiles 0, 0. Room connections. To the east. Destination ID is this, so that should be good. Why is you not good? Key is whatever that is. Very confused now. Invalid transit or destination tile. Nil is not a valid tile. But let's go to move and take a look here. Let's walk through this. Current location is 0, 0. Makes sense. Valid transit for current location. Valid exit. Transits here. Destination ID. Destination tile comes out of there nil. M.tile map. Oh, because I'm dumb. That's why. Because we never added. When we do this, we load in here, we add you to that, but also tile map t.id equals t. Because we checked that other tile. There we go. Might have to look at making that a little more friendly. We'll take a gander a little bit. Now, let's see if we can blow it up again. Or if we have restored great success. If I could type the world's simplest password. Yay! South. Let's make sure we get all the way. Go back west 1. 7, 8, 9. No exit to the south. Fantastic. East, 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 east. All's the way. No exit to the east. Excellent. There we go. As usual, I am my own worst enemy. Okay. That. Let's see here. That set up. Main. Using that now. Good. Love that. What we could do is make this a little bit more idiot-proof by doing a quick function here. Add tile. And then we can borrow what we just wrote up here. Like so, except for this becomes M. This becomes M. This can actually be location X. Location Y. Add that, and then instead of that, we can call new map dot add tile, give it T. Set ourselves up for success in the future. This should still let us run. Can't type my username now. Love it. Fantastic. Okay, let's do I took out my temporary. It did. Okay, fantastic. And we will say actually we'll do fantastic. Get that out. We're done. This to-do is done. Done. Let's go back in here. There's too much text down there. It's distracting. There we go. back to my... That's fine. We need to take out the bidirectional stuff here. Take it out here as well. It's a whole lot of code going away. Okay, there we go. And delete test map entirely. This no longer needs that. Ooh, you know what I should have done before that? I should have... We'll stash that. Should have made sure that there was no test failures. Ugh, go away. Stop it. I need to fix that. There are none. And let's also make sure that we don't have any new races that we can trip over. Because it's been a hot second. We've done a whole bunch of changes. Fantastic. Life is good. Have I mentioned that? It's great. Now, pop that back out of there. You're going to freak out for a second. There we go. Fantastic. This, that. Test over here. We'll go... Oh. We need to leave... We need to leave you in for... We can't do that. What we're gonna have to do... We would have to do a test config, which is doable, but annoying. Maybe we can still get away with it for the tests. What am I thinking? Delete you. That. Then you come out. If we can move this whole thing to the test package, I'd be okay with that. Tile test will also have it. Must have another in here. I do. Perfect. Get that out. You out. You out. You out. Okay. I think some of these are still going to fail if I do this because I was counting on that. But we can probably fix those up. Let's find out. Okay. There's no exit. Yeah, okay. But if we were to... For instance, this one failed, right? Yes. Oops, I should just do the whole thing and then change this to 2. That fails. Oh, but this is bidirectional. We don't need... This doesn't even... We don't even do that anymore. So we get rid of those. This one... Okay, so we create a 2x1. This we could then come back to... I should really... Should use X here, Y here instead of our very, very prototypical I and J, because these are in fact XY coordinates. So if Y is greater than 0, then we connect above us. If X is greater than 0, in that case, we also connect behind us and diagonally. That's good. X is greater than 0, we connect behind us. What we need to do is also connect if what we can say is we can say north X Y minus 1. We can connect this tile to north tile, and then we can say north tile connect this tile and then the same thing here. We can go northwest tile. Should I just copy this out? That. This becomes northwest tile connects to this tile. West tile becomes this. this. West tile connects back to this tile. This is now southwest tile. Southwest tile. And we'll connect you back to this tile. Now, green tests make me happy. Okay, so we can move you. We'll put you at the root of map test. That's fine. Ooh. Cancel that. We'll leave it exported. Don't know if that test package can reach into here. Let's find out. Okay, this should still be good. And it is. Love that. Okay, yes. New test map, undefined. Question becomes, does that matter? Let's go take a look at client handler. Not that, but the test. Don't think this uses anything from that. Oops. Let's find out if we comment you out and say, instead of that, that. Might have been a holdover from early days is what I'm hoping. It's because... Ah, okay, so. It's because we needed to make sure that when we log in a character, select a good character, that they get put into the world. So, what we can probably do instead of that is this wouldn't be terrible. that. One by one. Connections are nil. That might be a problem. Ah, right. Nope, not that. Connection. Here we go. Empty is probably fine, though. Tile config. Oops. And we'll just put one in here. That's... And then connections is a list of UIDs, right? Mock game map can now be game map dot load map. We need a this, that. Ooh, that's annoying. That's fine. We can do... I don't want to mock this, really. I want it to be a good test. And that's going to require... That's in character login. Yeah, it really needs to... I would like it to exercise real code. So let's take the... We can just write a config file temporarily like we have been. That's fine. It's kind of annoying that it's... like bringing in other pieces, but without mocking them. It's kind of just the way it's gotta be. You don't have... You will need, though. Character. Character has... Your main lives in character manager, though. Can pull in some of this logic real quick just for the setup. Let handler test. We can grab this. Do we need... No. Do need... test map.json. Like so. And then that. What we need to do is take this, not that, yes, that, all of this. Except for this is map. That. There you go. Figured out. This is test. Map config file. Marshaled map, like so. This config directory is test config stir, test map config file, load map, mock map config. This. That, like so. Ooh, we need to grab. Yeah, okay. Panicked, so that does make sense. We need to grab our cleanup though as well, which we already did partially. We just need this one. Clean up those old configs. There, all green. Loves that. Believe though that this is going to need the same sort of treatment here. Let's just grab this. I believe that most of this is stuff we're going to need anyway, because eventually we're going to have more config. Except for this is going to need this, that. If we move you, test move north, we also need you to be that could be a fatal error. We will need to mock I think we can do this though. We're gonna need one more room. And where did we put you? Test move. Oh, do we even need to care about that? Let's find out. Because we're really just testing if we can queue it up. And if it errors because there's no... Yeah, perfect. Excellent. Maybe later we'll need to mock the data. But not this day. Okay. So, now, let's see. That can go away. Don't need to save that. theoretically, what do we have here? That's, oh, test configs needs to go away. And it's because we forgot in here, cheat by copying our defer. Like so, Butamus. Run you again real quick. You failed because you had a thing already. No! Test configs, test map, JSON. Did I forget to... Test configs. Oh, did I not? No, I made that. Oh, I put this outside of the defer. You silly. There, that's better. That is not the right terminal. This is... Make sure everything else is good. And let's just do one more race since we did a bunch of test changes. They shouldn't do anything, but that's why we test, to find the things that shouldn't. Fantastic. Wait a minute, what did I change in main? I removed the to-do. That's fine. Yes, good. Not really clean up, but mix up other tests that need simple mock map to use a mock config. Okay. Feel really good about all that today. But I think for right meow, I'm going to be done. It's time for me to go make some food and do other things. Normally I run for 4 hours and it's been 5.5, more than 5.5. But I was on a roll, so, you know, had to capitalize on the momentum. So tomorrow will be the last day of streaming for the week, but it'll be at the same time. I normally start at 11 Mountain Time on Twitch, schedule down below. On YouTube, do math for yourself because their scheduling is awkward. So thanks for everybody who swung by. I really appreciated it. I'd love to see you again tomorrow if you get the time. And if not, we'll see you next time anyways.